Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hope you are doing good. Hello. Hi, Kobo. Hi, Jameson. Hi, Peter. Hi, Malicious Magpie. And hi, Arco. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. As a Brazilian, I can hardly begin saying how much this game's name make me laugh when ice gaming. I saw this game. Well, Brian told me about this game, and it's like, oh, I have to play it. It looks so funny. I don't know what this is though. Hi, Evans. Hi, Nags. Arcville pendants are out. Ooh. And then there's no more new things for now, right? Until expansion, I guess. I'm so afraid the expansion is probably gonna cost like another 200. Yeah, it's probably gonna be another 200 plus. Which is fair enough, I guess, right? Because for the past, Iceborne and Sunbreak does cost more than the base game, so how they'll build upon atrocities when in wilds already? I mean, they can always add Malzeno.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better yeet for me for the next 2 minutes.
Totally could. I would love to see Malzeno in the game. Why not? Right? Why not? I want Malzeno. Malzeno. More for playing actions? Did they add more play actions for... Oh, Iceborne. Iceborne, they added Clutch Claw. Sunbreak added the switch skill change. Oh, the switch skill change. I haven't done this in a while. Broken English can one. You want a more authentic Malaysian version of English? Here you go lah. Iceborne, Clutch Claw, Stinger Burst, Most Weapon. Unique Iceborne like special sheet. Oh, I only remember the Clutch Claw. Yeah, I forgot about the Stinger Burst. Huh? But then the Stinger Burst is like, it in my mind the Stinger Burst is like the best for Great Sword only. I think. Maybe. I don't know. Because in Iceborne you can Stinger Burst and then TTS immediately, I think. Oh, and then also for Sword and Shield, you can Stinger Burst into Perfect Rush immediately. I will always grab I grab a Patu and then just Stinger Burst into Perfect Rush when I play Sword and Shield. It's nice. Actually, okay, look, the title of the game, scary. But then you look at these, then this looks like the, you know, the guy that laughs, the Cake W. Yeah, this guy is the Cake W. It looks like Cake W. I think I have the Cake W, right? Yeah, I do, right? Looks similar. Switch skill swap base game stuff. Switch skill. Oh, yeah. Yeah, more switch skill stuff for.
Need to add upon them or just introduce more play action instead. Maybe? I don't know, like. I mean, for sure they'll add something one but add what I don't know, no. I mean, to me, I just sort of like play what is given. Hi, Evie. Wow, I've been squishing like a... Oh, wait. The bottom of the bucket is transparent one? Ooh. Transparent one? I kind of want to order drinks here today. Wow. Can I do that? Should I do that? I kind of want to order drink. I think about it. Maybe not immediately. Oh yeah, today's stream will be on the shorter side as well lah, because tonight I got badminton match. Tonight I got go badminton. No, it's been many months many months since I last go badminton here. Wow. Wow. Man. I feel like I probably cannot play badminton as much anymore. I feel like I too fat already. Like I so chunky. I don't think I can run around as much anymore. But it's okay. At least today we play Brazilian drug dealer 3. I opened the portal to hell in the favela trying to revive MITAIA. Meet Aya. I need to close it. Nice. Good. Squinch. Haha, you could squinch. The squinch is there. Right, let me close this one. I don't know how loud the game is gonna be, but you guys will be safe from eardrums getting blown off, so... What am I looking at? English. Linguagim? Language. Don't tell me there's Chinese. Oh my god, there's actually Chinese. That's crazy. Workshop Outlaw? Manda Bala? Let it rip. How are Malaysia's beaches? I hardly go to any beach, to be honest, but if I were, but I did go to like one or two. To me, they feel like eh. They're pretty eh. Oh, why are you in? Why are you in? Are we? Is this one? Oh, it is. Okay, okay. So capture this one. Oh, oh. Wait, I'm stupid. I'm messing up. There. Okay, there we go. There's no sound. Ooh. Stop sound. Mute. Key setup display. Window. I like borderless. FPS limit 72. What are these like jank? What are these jank options? Refresh rate. Oh. Oh. Did I mess up? Oh, what was that? What was that? Oh my god. Right, gram fix. Hi, Brecky. Hi, Draken. Custom models? You can have custom models? Smooth model endings? I guess I don't change too much for now, question mark. We do 2 times for this. One smooth model animations. I assume that's the smoother animations, I think. Okay, there we go. You know what? New game click is here. Wish list help, please. TKS. Oh, thanks. Oh my god, this is Brazilian drug dealer before 4. Okay, let's do single player. Ooh. I'm spinning. Why do I look like I'm in my OBS I'm running at 30 FPS? Is it just me? It could be just me. Wait, what? No way, let me check. It looks like I'm running at 30. I'm gonna keep spinning. Oh. No, okay, it looks good. Okay. So on Twitch it looks good, on OBS it looks jank. Okay, okay. I think some game has this problem actually. Well, problem with the biggest quotation mark, you know. Alright, anyways. I wonder how intense this game is going to be for CPU wise, I think. Not at all actually. But my CPU is already 100%. Ultra Leap Tracking service is using the most CPU. Hand tracking uses that much? Crazy. What in the fuck is that game name? And don't worry about it. It's Brazilian drug dealer. Kinda nightmare, not so much. Normal, stupid, easy. We do normal. I feel what? Oh my god. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's a very hype music though, but still. Alright, we good. Attention. I cannot read this. It's so loud. Okay, wait. Oh, I have an idea. There's something that's easier to control. I'll use volume mixer for this. Let's play 80%. Okay, this sounds slightly better. What is the gun that I'm holding? What? Also, hi Jake. Para salvar o game, aparte escape. Oh, to save load the game is like quick Doom. Press escape, then single player and save load. There's no checkpoints, be careful. F2 quick save entry load. Oh, okay. What do you mean control is shoot? I wanted to duck. Oh, okay. FPS. F6 quick save, F9 quick load. Oh, okay. Why are there so many this? What do you mean right click is jump? Okay. This is so jank. Okay, space is also jump. Control is shoot somehow. Alright, we get. So, am I shooting them? Are they good? Are they bad? Oh my god, I'm so fast. Ow! Okay. You get some shells. Gotta close the portal. The music is so hype though, oh my god. Ooh, what is that? I'm too chunky. Oh, never mind. Ate some pastel and sugar cane. This is quick control scheme. Mouse 2 to jump, control to shoot. Really? Wow, okay. Oh my god. Shoot to open. Press 1 to quick save. Oh. Human. Secret area. Parabines. 2, 4. Oh my god, what am I doing? Oh. No way you have a slipper. The best weapon in the game? Of course he has slippers. Oh, I'm back here. Oh my god, slipper is so strong actually. I'm dying. I'm sorry. Oh. F9 to quick load, right? Oh yeah, I already got this. Okay, don't use slippers. It's a thong. Yeah, I heard about like the difference between thong and slippers, and like to me, all of those kinds of shoes are just slippers in my book. I actually don't know if that's working. Doggy. Okay, doggy bad. Ow! I got shells. Pesto and some sugarcane juice. Sugarcane juice, so specific. I'm hearing there must be a secret somewhere. It's not a thong, that's a chancla. The mightiest fucking weapon of them all. We love the chancla, even though I don't know what that is. I mean, even Asian parents use slippers as well. Oh, slippers, yeah. I thought it's a button that I can shoot. Chancla is just a name for a particular thing. Oh. I might butcher the pronunciation, but eh. Oh, there's nothing here. Okay. It's so fast, I'm very not used to the movement speed here. F6. Okay. Enter Acqui means enter here. Oh, thank you. Enter. No, Entree Acqui. Thank you. Oh. The music is so hype, holy shit. Oh my god. Bar E lunches? Mafia secreta burasid dois email? Oh hi. Clientelixo? I'm getting achievements from killing that guy just now in game. Ooh. Quick save, thank you. Oh, hell yeah. Double shotgun? The jump. Ooh. Ooh. Always love the boomer shooter jumping noises. Oh. Dang, shotgun. Dang, these guys are tough, holy shit. I quick saved. Can I interact? Needs a silver key of destiny. Silver key of destiny? Okay. Ooh. Does it retain? How did I jump so high up just now? Oh. What? So you jump higher on the incline, on the upcline? Yeah, you jump higher on the upcline. That's so weird. F6 is quick save, right? You got him. This is very ammo consuming though. Oh. Silver key of destiny. I can press it. It's okay, I can save on my own. Okay. Nice. Dash weird ass ammo. You get weird ass ammo? What do you mean weird ass ammo? Acqui. Entre acqui. Ow. I love the quick save station. Go go. Oh my god. You got him. Rockets? There's so many of these guys' face. They really look like the kick W face though. They look like the kick W. Is this a portal? The music is definitely 100 out of 10. I can jam to this. Weird ass ammo. I whiffed. Soccer ball? What is that? What? Oh my god, soccer ball. Oh, there was like a boss fight of some sort. Should I slap her with the slipper? Oh, one secret? I don't know how to find secrets though. I love how the music is constantly loud as well. Oh my god. Ooh. Oh shit. I'm good. Wait, are these guys like the soccer ball player or something? Tira, quick question. Hi, Bree. One of my coworkers is going back home to Malaysia next month, and I was wondering if you're familiar with the city. I think you probably are, though. I kind of am familiar with Malaysia, yeah. Wait, going home to Malaysia? Oh my god. Whoa. It's so cool. Kuala Lumpur is how they wrote it. Oh, Kuala Lumpur. Oh, Kuala Lumpur is East Malaysia. West Malaysia, sorry. And where I am, I'm from East Malaysia. But I'm kind of familiar with Kuala Lumpur. Yeah, I was studying over there for a few years back then. Nice place, but everything goes by too fast. I feel like. Company is doing good. Let's just grab the mention that. Yeah. Thank you. I should. You know what? I should. Let me disconnect my hand tracking. There we go. Okay. Thanks for answering. Just got home from work. Gonna clean them and then I'll be back to the lake. Oh, okay. Have good cleanup and have good luck as well. Also, welcome home. Have you ever found whatever hell this is? Yeah, I'm having fun just vibing and jamming with this music right here. Rocket 2? What the heck? I didn't know that's how rockets work. Drama. I got some armor coilet. That was nice. What is that sound? Oh, dog. Don't go. Oh. Got him. this is where it is. Okay, okay. Got him. Gas mask? Got him. Weird ass ammo. Double golden pistol. Gold key. What are these things? What's a weird ass ammo? Ooh. Ow. I'm getting used to the movement speed now. And I'm absolutely jamming to the music as well. Double golden shotgun. Oh. 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 I got the key, but I don't remember where I need to use it at. Oh my god. That's so rude though. Oh my god, this place is so bright. Is that a phone call? It sure sounds like a phone call or something, this one. Oh my god. These guys, their bullets are slow. Maybe that's why I got weird ass ammo from them. Ooh. I know the trick to this. Yeah. I jump high on the upwards incline. I need to remember that. Weird ass ammo. There should be a map, right? Skill 1, secret 0 out of 3. I can have one more kill. Oh! Yeah, that's a one more kill, alright. Oh yeah, I have rockets. Oh, I cannot go back anymore. Now the secret is like shoot to open, but I don't know where or what to shoot. I don't think I can secret hunt. I don't know where I don't know where to even begin with to find secrets and stuff. Oh my god. The music is back. This shit's so fucking hype. Am I supposed to chase them down? Oh. I'm stuck. Silver key of destiny. I have 5 health left. That's why I didn't save for a long time. Oh, got fully masked. Oh no, what was my last save? Uh-oh, load quick save. Yeah. Oh, that's kind of far back. Oh no, not really, it's just like the boss fight. Wait, maybe I could like secret hunt a little bit. Alright, what would the indicator for... What would be the indicator for secrets, huh? No? Oh! Oh! Secret area parabines! Wait, this is an actual rocket launcher. Oh wow, proper rocket launcher. It's a... whatever this shit is. Whee! Alright, that's good enough. Nice. Didn't get hit as much this time. I don't know what they're singing, but this is so cool. Nice, nice. Maybe I have to slap the face. Drama. Drama. I got silver key. Wait, did you bleed when I hit you? The portrait changed. Am I tripping? No, wait, the portrait changed when I hit him with a slipper. Did you do that? I think you did that too. What? I'll pay extra attention to it next time. This one should be the same, yeah. Uh-oh. Why is it that when I shoot them, they become squishy for a bit? Nice. Oh, no, they're all the same. Okay, I was just being weird. Oh. Armor collet. And a golden key. I love the button to quick save. It's like a proper checkpoint, right? Mac 1047. What? Why are you holding the gun like that? Why are you holding it in the middle? Guess we go here now. Oh, this gun's really good. No, let's keep it. I don't know if that's how water works, but okay. Oh. That was a short one. No music? It's suddenly dead silence. Why is there no sound or no music? Oh no! Oh my god, there's so much enemy. It's like a shotgun can do everything. Oh my god. Oh my god, my ears are bleeding. Thank goodness they're not a good shot. Oh, it's so loud. Oh, that explains it. It could be music volume, I think. No, it's not. Are you sound? Oh, you're considered as sound. Wow. Let's do 10%. Oh my god, that's 10% by the way. %. Oh. Okay, 2%. Tim, it DJ? Oh, hi. Oh my god, are you a frog? That face looks cursed. It sure looks like they had a lot of fun making this game, you know? 2% by the way, 2%. I'll turn it up after. Oh my god. Armor? Got some armor collect. Oh, I thought there's secret somewhere. Okay, I think that's everything here. Nice. I think we're safe here. Let's go back to 30%. Save rapido. Need that golden ticket key. Silver key of destiny. I'll play this stage at 2% for now. Secret area Parabines? Alright, quick save. Save rapido. Okay, I think I'm not going back anymore. Okay. Also, never mind that I just ate a rocket face first. Got him. Gold key. Oh. Oh my god, this scared the fuck out of me. I found one secret. Oh my god. The music is crazy. Music is going crazy though. No way you use this music though, that's crazy. Nice. Pastel and sugar cane. Oh my god, the music is crazy right now. Oh? There has to be some secrets here. Aha, golden shotgun, rocket launcher. Oh. Volatile Invisible? My ears are bleeding. Whatever I got just now, I got it. I don't know what it is. What about up here? Cold is going protection what? Oh, was it invisibility? It's crazy how those are not secrets. I thought I was cool. Take out the vast demon goons that took the village and end the process. Please save Mr. Morning, please? Please? Okay. Oh, that's bad. my god, my god. Bird. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Secret. Music is crazy on this stage though. Oh my god. I don't like these noises though. Oh no. Uh-oh. No. Seek. So I assume I'm invincible? Okay, I am. What you gonna do about it, man? Okay, I'm glad you're good. Your ass is losing protection? Oh no. Oh, I kicked something. Hey, what is this? Oh my god. Those things look tough. Hello. Save Savio and Braya 16. I think the stage music might be a little bit too much. I got bullied. Could be safe again, why not? Another save. Oh, it's there again. I think I got him. Used up all the good stuff though. Kind of. Like, these parts are good, other than the ear rape part. No, the starting part, the jump scare. That one might be a bit too much, but the rest? Good stuff. Anyways. No secrets, but I killed everything. Easy. Oh, hell yeah, now we're talking. Mama? Oh. What did... Secret area Parabian? Paper Money Airplane... Paper Money Airplane? What? Fab Snake? I love Fab Snake. Oh! Oh my god, Fab Snake is so good. armor collect. Oh, you use the same bullet. Okay, okay. So 5 is the better version of 4. Okay, okay. Cheap escuro moto mita kachao kikikike. You know, it would be nice if you can understand the language, but I just don't. Oh my god. I could just use rockets actually. Demon bit. Penta kampiao. Kampiao. Get to the boat, mate. Tudo Karo. Are you the boat? Ah, okay. Love me a good old drum and bass. They're being really generous with the quick save. I love it. Like they know I'm bad at the game. Can I get Fat Snake Bullet? Electric airplane, only 6. Are you like a BFG? With how limited your bullet is, I think. I don't know what boat they're talking about though. Wait, Magdalist? Magdalist. I think there might be a lot of like Brazilian joke that I don't get, I feel like. I'm just having fun shooting though. That's pretty much what I'm doing right now. Nice statue. Oh, very slippery. Oh my god. What? These guys can fake death? Getting bullets, so they give this bullet. King size denitori? Niteroi? I got achievement for that. They're giving a lot of rockets here. And the Fab Snake? Ooh. I did save, right? Let me save again. I have a key, but I don't think it's for that one. What? What for? MQ Nata Ostripe? See, I don't know what that means. I need Google Translate. I am going to assume that one is... What does Brazil use? Language. Oh my god, I have the language translator and then the first thing I got is a fucking ad. Give me Google Translate. Oh, there's no Google Translate. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, there's no Google Translate? I don't want to download some random app. Oh, there it is, Google Translate. Like, I download the other apps, right? And then the first thing I got is a fucking 30-second unskippable ad. It's like, yeah, cool. Cool. Good app, wow. Very, very nice. Okay, we got Google Translate now. I need to know what that means. I don't know if they're Spanish though. Thank you, Nata. Translate. Translate from Portuguese to English is the same, so it means nothing? Ooh. I'm so confused. Oh, what happened here? Wait, this doesn't look like this before. What? Only 2 more to go? Only 1 more to go? To go what? Oh. Sequence completed. What? Oh. I can go back from here. I'll take some damage here. Ooh. F9. Yeah, I guess I have to jump down, take some damage, and it should be fine. That was fine, actually. Still don't know what that means. 3 pair. And then one more is the big boy. Hi, 3. Oh my god, this game. Oh, you played this? Were you singing my hi? Excuse me, what? Yeah, it's a very fever dream, this one. I guess that's it. The music is pretty hyped though, not gonna lie. Also, Home 3 is doing it. Oh, I can just walk here. Can't even spoil the game on purpose, you got no idea what I watched. Honestly, sounds about right. I'm about to have lunch soon? Nice. Oh. Oh, I killed everything, nice. We found one secret. Like, the music is so hype though. When it doesn't go ballistic. Oh, quad damage, baby. He's like that golden ticket key. Vipra Sampap hair. What? Oh my god. I love the slippers. Oh. From the secret area Parabains? Another fat snake. An electric airplane in the rocket launcher. Both electric airplanes. Fun fact with the quotation mark. Apparently the game said these levels are based on real places in Brazil? I don't think so though, Lamau. Yeah, I don't know. You got the item money paper plane of Savio. It has electric powers that can kill multiple enemies at once. Press 8 twice to use it. You need the Fab Snake to be able to use the item. Oh, yeah, I mean, I got the Fab Snake, so... The music though, oh my god. So, I can assume the dev is a big fan of drum and bass. I love drum and bass too. Always love the beat they drop. Oh, what? Oh shit. It's okay, you just circle straight. Like, look at the beat they dropped though, it's so fucking hype actually. Oh, Ash, hi! It's a quick style shooter? Yeah. Oh my god, it's Kobo friend. Hope Ash is doing good. And hi, Devin. This is the all the game server? Yeah, it's pretty fun. Although one stage music is a little bit too much, I feel like, but the rest is like very fun so far. Couple friends doing good. Nice, good to know. Uh oh. We tried the electric airplane. Oh my god. I was looking at something else. Ow. Save Savio, he's at the back? Oh, okay. Thanks for the like. The Chris sound really make this game too. Yeah, very crunchy. How can we go down first? I mean, there's like a place to go. Like here. Oh my god, 80 fun? If you like this, you will probably like Dusk. I played Dusk. Dusk is good. Dusk has like the bunny hopping thing, right? Brian always told me about like many different boomer shooters game. Boomer shooter game. This is one that Brian told me about. It's like, ooh, wow. Alright, I guess I'm jumping down. Here we go. Alright, got him. I keep thinking that this is a gun. Nice. Oh my god, nice set. Yes, Beholden used to very poorly speedrun Half-Life. Oh, I mean, a speedrun is a speedrun. Parabines! Secret area. Oh, I didn't jump. Am I going back up? Did I save Savlo or Savio? Did I save Savlo? He's at the back. Is it this door? Oh my god, it's actually a door. What? What was that ruse? Weird ass ammo. I love boomer shooter from time to time. Oh my god, I just ate that. Oh, it's you. No! No! Some heal, some bullet, more bullet. Oh yeah, the jumping feels very different, because in this game you jump higher by jumping in a upward incline like this. You jump higher, which is like, I feel like it's kind of never seen before by me. Or maybe I just didn't pay enough attention. Save rapido. Are you the one? Oh my god, you look actually spooky though. Chuparaba? Hello. Thanks, Maui. Talk to the aliens. What? Oh, okay. We did it. Easy. Easy game. I mean, I'm playing... It's so loud. Okay, there we go. No, actually, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. We ball. I will not be able to hear myself, it's okay. Hi, Sonic. Burgway. Don't go. Oh my god. Maldes. Make Dallas. 10 kill Nata os 3 pay. I still don't know what this is. I assume killing 3 things. Okay, yeah, maybe it is. Oh, it's you. Ow. Armor? Nice. Got some armor collect. People music, I know, right? I really love the quick save button, it's so good. Oh. Oh, these are shopping carts? What? This feels like an arena. Yes, it is. I whipped 2 shots, very nice. Ooh, rocket launcher. Broken golden rocket launcher that shoots grenade. Oh, that's what it was. Like, I didn't know that's how rocket works, but okay. Pentacampiao. Wait, what? Monopoly is great. The more possessed people and more closed stores, the more stores I can open. Ronaldo McDallas. This game has beef with McDallas. Alright, I cannot say the name, I guess. I don't want to slander. Oh my god, double shotgun point blank doesn't kill. Mickey D's. Oh. The fuck, flashbang? You know what? The music fits. Fuck it. Fuck yeah, I'm enjoying myself. Oh my god, I'm actually dying. They're everywhere. I'm invincible. Well. I got lucky with the power-ups. Get out of here. No more armor though. The drama. Oh my god, what is that dog? I got goofy. I didn't even see the gold key. There's almost as many these guys is the Sukon D's. Oh my god, it's the classic Sukon D's. It's like Sugon what now? I think that's everything. Alright, enter here. Oh, another enter here. Entre acqui. Oh, I missed some kills. No. Dang. Like the music in this game is what pulled me in. The first stage, I'm already hooked. More FIFA music. Let's go. Susanna. There are more to go. I should use more rockets. They give a lot of rocket. See? Teleporte para Floresta Amazónica. El vou tomar tacaca. Além de Manaus, visite o para. Abracos pra galera de Ananindeua. I didn't even read these things. What? Oh shit. Oh. Here we go. Oh my god, I got stuck. Oh! They're transparent, I didn't even see them. Not time to learn Portuguese to understand this game's deep lore. Oh no. Oh, it's Portuguese? Oh. Suzano. Sorry, Dogo. Oh. Underwater fights? Is this Monster Hunter? Oh my god. Oh. Oh, there's oxygen. I guess it's a bunch of nothing. The water looks so janky. I'm stuck. Brazil uses Portuguese instead of Spanish. Oh. No heal. Ooh. Ronaldo Amazon Lodge. Ow. Okay. I keep hearing Suzano. Suzano. What? Oh, there's heal. And armor. Oh. Electric airplane, nice. Nice. Entre aquí. Safe rapido. What's that thing again? Crab snake. Let's go, Fab Snake. We love Snake. Get absolutely destroyed. Rapido fire? Yeah, exactly. Rapido Snake. Oh. Congrats, you found the Brimbo and Toho payphone with weird non-convincing low poly account coconuts. Press 6 or 7 twice on the keyboard or scroll the weapon selection to use them. You need to have the grenade launcher to use the Brimbo and rocket launcher to use the payphone. So 7-7? 6. Oh. Oh. Payphone of Chow? Payphone of Chow? Is that even good? The grenade rocket is kind of funny to use, but also really good actually. More payphone? You got cocos? I ironically love the grenade rocket. I didn't find any secret? It's okay. We have payphone of Chow, so we good. Oh, more battlefield? Get him! Oh, that's a lot of payphone. Weird ass ammo. Some shells. You got cocos? Oh, I don't know what coco is, but isn't coco like cocoa drink? Like Milo?
Good girl.
Oh. Where you picked up the pig when you said that? Oh. They for sure have so much fun making the music, man. Okay, Entre Acui. I need a quick save, it's been a while. I just want to make sure there's nothing there. Here we go. See, shotgun can be really good too. Rip Legend from Sao Goncalo to the world? I don't know what that is, but rip, I guess. Hey, quick save button. Golden key. The SG Dreamer resist? What? I don't understand. Some local meme maybe? Yeah. See, this is what I feel like, right? A lot of things I don't know or understand because I'm not from, you know, Brazil. Uh-oh. Are you enemy? Burn? Kill the clones and grab Cthulhu. That's how you spell Cthulhu, huh? Okay. You know what the burp says? Exactly. Not dragon, but burp, close enough. Got on it. Kitty. What? Kobo go. Welcome, Cobalt Gold. Ooh, Deadlock. How is Deadlock? I heard Deadlock is like Overwatch, but Valve, is it? But Steam version? Hi, Roxas. Heck yeah. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Hope Deadlock was fun. The crazy music. Hope stream was fun too. Welcome in everyone. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits and I do art sometimes. Welcome. I'm playing Brazilian drug dealer 3 something. Open a portal to something. League of Legends and a shooter. Oh, so you have to buy items? That's kind of interesting. I might try it out someday. Because I thought it's an Overwatch and I played Paladins before. I played Paladins and it's just like way too hard for me. Save rapido. More gatonet. There's no like minion in it. Dota and shooter. Oh, bite you. Both of them are the same. You mean Paladin and Overwatch, or something else? Hey. You got him. More Gato net. Dota and League? I mean, yeah, Dota is harder. Because Dota has like this secret shop they need to go to buy something good. Who's gonna keep the beef up? People think it's the same. I mean, sure, the core mechanic is the same, but the map layout and the way to purchase items are different. And I think the purchasing things in the secret shop is enough to differentiate between them. That's how I feel anyway. Oh my god, Sonic? Oh my god. Yummy ham. The beef, I love ham. Ham, good. Be right back, lunch. Okay, have a good luck. Have a good lunch, Zri. We have a friend now. Have the best lunch. Welcome to a fever dream. Like, some might ask why am I playing. I would say... I don't know. It's good though. I'm not exactly finding secrets anymore and just going through the stages. Not gonna make it. Oh my god. Can I destroy you? I guess not. Because it kind of looks like I'm shooting through it. Let me get some numbs before I eat the rest of it. Of course, have a good num. Thanks again for the raid, Kobo. Oh, there we go. Adios, Cthulhu. Adios? Do something. I got an achievement out of that. It looked like I was shooting through it though. Oh, wait, I haven't. There's still so much more to explore. Oh no. Shit, I didn't know that's like the next stage. Ooh. Music's suddenly very soft. Why does this look like a D? What do you mean it doesn't? Oh. Oh my god. didn't know there's so many enemies here. Got a bunch of rockets. Nice golden teeth. Basil chicken. Moisturize. I don't know where to get basil chicken. Well, I got chicken nugget, so... let me check something real quick. Just a little bit. I kinda want to order drinks today. I actually had a very rough morning. Let me go grab something. My phone. I'm back. I wanna order drink. I'm doing it. But I gotta order something not too expensive. Hi Bright Talk, hi Dragon. Oh my goodness. Meat there's no meat here, hello? We don't have meat, we have wheat drink or Bing Chun. Bing Chun is also one of them.
I can't believe it. But this Kobo, she really is adorable and such. Such a good girl. Someone boop her nose quick before she escapes.
I'm gonna disappear. What the hell is that? Just like me saying what the hell is me shit. It's the same. Like, come on, man. Ooh, this one's good. Actually, give me a second. This one. There's too many here, like did I used to be? I guess. I'm ordering drinks, that's why I'm a little bit slow. Give me a second. Sorry. Okay, this place is good. Order a dragon? Oh god, I wish I can order a dragon. Hi, Loophole. Oh, Loophole is doing good. I'll get this one. Wait, Kobo, I boop you? Wait, where's the boop? The boop is gone again. Last night I was working fine. What? I don't get it. The poop is gone again. What? Ooh. I don't know which one is like good actually. I'm like debating which one to get. I want this one. I don't know what the music is, but I really love it. Oh, I need two more. It's actually so hyped though, holy shit. Okay, there was a cream pie. I mean, there was a pie, but no cream. No cream, only pie. I know what cream pie means now though. See, I learned. This one, so I can voucher apply. It's going to be. It's not that expensive. It's 28. I got a voucher. Yeah, voucher applied. Oh, apply voucher minus 10 ringgit. It's 28. Delivery is 3. Fair enough. Alright, this looks good. Let's review and pay this one. I can pause at any moment and then this game is going to have like banger music. Okay, we're done. We're just gonna wait for it now. I'm excited. Right, we can jam to this again. Right, here we go. We save, right? McDallis. Maybe I could play it hard actually, but I don't know. I feel I'm gonna die a lot if I play hard. But I'm such a gamer though, I haven't died once. Bully.
Shush is a gamer, Louise.
I'm a gamer. I got cocos. I got cocos. I got weird ass ammo. More Coco. Coco is 7-7, right? Yeah. Payphone of Chow. No. Whoa. You've unlocked gel toy gun and gel gun made of guarana beverage. Press 4 twice to use the toy gun and 5 twice to use the guarana beverage gel gun. Needs pistol for toy and 47 for guarana. Gel and cocoa and golly glue. It just shoots Brazil. Oh my god. Okay. You know what? I'm not even gonna question it.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
Yep. Oh, I was here. Oh my god. Anti-piracy hen? Fucking Pirataria tu dentro? That was very homing bullet. Let me look around. I'm pretty sure there's some bullets that I can still get. Or not. Nice. Whoa, double smooch? Gotta kill the brick man to open. I put an anti-gravity system in the shopping center. Let's see if that changes if we can keep jumping around to continue your wasteful journey to complete the portal, lol. Ronaldo McDallist. Oh wow. I'm being shot upwards.
Kill 6 ogres to open the stairs. Okay. Schmegma. My god, the music is sad. I mean, I'm glazing the music a lot, but my goodness, it's really good actually. Like, banger music, man, banger music. Rimao? What's this? We got him. Wasn't the tree? Oh, the other one just got blown to bits. Alright, got him. I kind of love this game being like... The game doesn't have a lot of like mazes, you know what I mean? Like, pretty much most of the stage, if not all, that I've played so far, is just very straightforward. Like, you go to this point, you kill, right? And then you don't need to like run around the place to find where the progression point is. It's nice. I love games like this. Straightforward, just gunplay, you know. It's nice. I like it. You got me. Or go to at the toy store to open the second stairs. Okay. Ooh. Or bring in at the open second stairs. Yeah, I've been doing that. That's open. Easy, no problem. Oh, it's bad water. Uh-oh. Armor, I need that. Oh no. Key? Nice. Guess I have full payphone. god, I fool everything. Do you see the secret there? No? Got him. Watch Hermes Renato? I don't know who you are, okay. But it's not a secret though. I feel like there's so many secrets that's not a secret, it's kinda sad. I wanna feel good, I didn't jump. More things to grab. Oh my god. I'm pretty sure the game has a little bit of auto aim. I love it. Thank you, auto aim. I would not be able to shoot that well in the game ever. So much payphone? Maybe I should use some of them. Bet jump. Oh my god, my food is coming. Holy shit. What? There we go. Wow, payphone is really strong actually. Let's go get some back. It feels like they're singing something that I don't understand. I got Coco. I don't know why they are called Coco, but apparently they are Coco. No enemy. Gain the ship, bro. Bro, okay. Oh, there we go. I'm missing so many kills. Oh my god. The belt you are using makes your gravity normal on the moon. There's some anti-gravity belts around the house if you want. Huh. This game's creator house just got giant and it's in space. Vasco Demon sucks. What? Vask made this house giant to make the next portal difficult. Oh, bouncy? I cannot bounce any faster. Is this supposed to be speakers? Quick save. I haven't quick saved in a long time. Oh my god, Kitty! Thanks everyone who sent their beloved cat pet pics. A special thanks to our Quake, BDD Discord, and the New Blood Discord fellas. Oh, oh, that's so nice. Look at them kitty pics. Oh my god, and the doggo pics. Negativo potato inside? What's that? Anti-gravity magic balloon belt? Oh, it's not that bad now. Uh-oh. I couldn't jump. Oh my god, I couldn't jump. Oh. Wait, is the anti-gravity belt like... It's limited time? So I guess I wasted too much time. Oh shit. Oh my god, I couldn't pick up. Okay, there we go. It is only taking off my armor somehow? Oh my god, they really hit though. Ooh, electric airplane? I haven't been using that. secret area? Chuverin shower? Oh. Then where am I supposed to go actually? I guess I just jump that way. Oh my god, it's auto control help. I'm actually stuck. I couldn't get up anywhere. Oh no. We just F9 this one. Very good. Was there fall damage? Crazy. I just jump manually to the secret area. So... well, I take back the thing I said about straightforward. I don't know where to go now. I got a key. Maybe I should head back. Okay, there's fall damage. Maybe there's something that needs a key. Oh, damn. Oh, my food is almost here. Oh, that door is gonna take a while. But don't go pick though. Entrée acquis. Entrée acquis. Or entrée acquis. Nice. Oh, my food is almost here. I'll be right back. I ran down. I was really fast. Book Jade. We book Jade. Kobo Empreg? Empreg? Not too sure what Empreg is. Entre acqui. Oh, nice. Kiki? South Big Ferry and the skate park, dude. Dude. Big belly? I mean, I guess I'm pretty chunky. Do you just 180 headshot me or something? I can't aim. The quick save button is like the best thing. Big kitty. Big kitty. Oh my god. I got him. Weird incline. Oh. You know, this game loves drum and bass. Me too. I fucking love drum and bass actually. FIFA or punk rock. Jiboya D forever. Jiboya. The pistol was so loud. Andre Acqui. Got him. Got him. Ow. Oh, my health cannot exceed 100. How do I get my health exceeding 100? Uh-oh. I couldn't hit him. Fine, I'll go down and fight them. I might die here. Or not. Kobo not possible to be M-Preg. I looked it up to be sure and not possible. It's... Oh, male pregnant. Oh, that's what M-Preg means. Oh, that's just jink. I've seen that word used around. At least I know what it means now. I never really bothered to learn what it means. That's on me. Nice. I'm familiar. But also Kobo switched their genders. Yeah. Well, Kobo could be just Kobo. I'm gonna open this. I'm opening up the thing. Trying this one first. It's sparkling. That was specifically male, which is big belly rack in general. Ooh, it's all good, don't worry. I'm gonna stab this. Oh yay, that was very loud. Oh my god. We have paper straw. So good. God, I love this music. It's so they put in classical music pieces as well. My goodness. Twister wrap, popcorn chicken, 2 boneless bites, and 2 small chippies with a kind of Mountain Dew. Sounds like good. What are you doing? Get the key and enter here. Okay. So good, actually. Holy shit. Oh. This is my favorite music of all. No contest. Oh, you got the key. We tried this. Oh my god, the electric airplane is crazy. Armor collect. What the heck? You got it. I have so much health, I need to keep going. No fear, just charge. Bola down invincible. I assume I'm invisible now. Cue the brickman to open. I mean, what can they do? This music is also twisting your brain. Long time exposure, yeah. I guess the accordion, I think that's what it is. It's a little bit too loud, question mark? Oh, that's payphone! Oh my god, it's all the pirata. Wait a minute. Yeah, oh my god. What's going on? Alright, I'm using Kobo. 16 is still easy. Alright, here we go. Easy. They give me a lot of things for it. I mean, look at this. I got all the bullets. Oh. Welcome back to me. Oh my god, I'm not ready. Oh, it's bad water. Oh, I didn't realize it's bad water. I should probably quick save here. There you go. I'm at the payphone. You and your 180 shot, man. You're using wall hacks? You're aim hack? Sleeper. Angle? Oh, got him. No. Where'd you come from? Silver key. Are these computers? I also got food and drink. I ordered Food Panda. Secret area? Secret area Parabine. Pot damage. Oh. GPL source code is getting closed. Oh. Done. I ordered tea knife. I have lemon, I have honey lemon aloe vera. And also a Korean spicy popcorn. Costly stuff, but I love to get them once in a while. Once in a long while actually. But that's what makes it good. If I get it every day, it wouldn't be as good, honestly. Am I right or am I right? I mean, maybe I'm half in a bunch of copium, but still, just kinda how I feel. Are we in like a recording set or something? Sounds nice. I feel like ordering something too. Heck yeah. Ordering something sounds good. What did it just say towards the end? I found 2 secrets. Ah. I missed it. This is the first 100% though. Agreed? Heck yeah. Not the same music again. I wanted a different music, man. Aww. Congrats, heck yeah. Kobo's the best. Save rapido. Oh shit. It doesn't just hurt me, it pushes me away. Oh my god. Right, we could. Let's not touch that anymore. But I have to go there though. Oh, okay. Oh, lagging. Why are they so squishy? I still don't know what they are. Maybe they are like some sort of an android question mark. I rewinded a bit. The message said, so this is an infamous casting couch. Oh, casting couch. Seek knowledge. Wait, wrong alien.
First, tile red is a beauty.
Wait. Where do I go? What? Where do I go? I'm stuck. That hole is too small for me. Is there a crouch button? Oh, okay, okay. I think that's good. Oh! These stages give me a lot of payphone. Payphone feels alright actually. Maybe I'm just like not aiming properly. No way. Hey. Oh, Tikaka. Oh my god, hello. Tikaka, oh my god, Tikaka. Last night I finally did some art. And I want to do it more. Hope Tikaka is doing good. That's a nice sword. I'm gonna drink. I'm good, just woke up, but I have a little toothache. Oh, toothache sucks. I had a toothache last week as well, but thank goodness it subsided. No more toothache for now, which I'm glad. I hope your toothache goes away. Also look at Tikaka, amazing art. Tikaka's art is so amazing, heck yeah. Inspires me to do art. Uh-oh, rat. Got him. don't remember seeing a door anywhere. Oh, I remember now. Your art is great too. Oh. Thank you. I wanna do more art. Here. Why do you sound like an android? I think my feeling on the tooth had shifted a little and the tooth trolls got to it. So I'm gonna see if I can get it checked, but luckily it's not too bad so far. Sure, brings joy to life. Gosh, I definitely hope so. Tikaka is so nice. Oh my god. But yeah, getting that toothache checked out sounds like a good idea. Preciso Chev Q Liga Live? I don't know what that means. Needs key. Golden ticket key. Okay. Let's quick save. Oh. Save rapido. Oh my god, I almost died. Secret area parabines? At the Varginha? There's so many things I don't understand what's going on. Like the achievements that I got as well, it's like, huh? Oh yeah, you guys don't hear the achievement jingle anymore because of the separate audio mixer. Oh, nice. Nice. Right, please have a different music. I want to listen to different music. News amigos deben me ayudar? What happened? Okay. Ow. Ow. He's got him. The gunplay is really fun in this game. This music is hype. Oh. Save Ronaldo, he knows the way. Isn't Ronaldo like bad? Isn't Ronaldo McDallas? Is it bad or is it good? I have no idea. Got him. Football field? Mouse to jump is so weird. What? Oh. Did I teleport somewhere? Oh. I guess I'm meant to go up. Secret area para ba yan? Oh, okay. I can set you free, Ronaldo. Look for Ed, he'll help. Head to RI? Okay. Okay. Oh my god, it's an entire soccer ball team. Oh. No. I still don't know what this does. Give it a try, I guess. It just shoots Brazilian flag. Oh my god, wait, the strongest balls. Okay. I mean, that's strong as hell. I think that's the weird-ass bullet. Oh, I used up all my weird-ass bullet. It's okay, we can always get it back. Good ending? Ooh. Oh, this one is very funky. But it's playing... Is it only playing on my... one of my ear? Chess? It sounds like it's only playing on my right ear and a little bit on my left ear. Alright, get the key. Oh my god. Silver Key of Destiny? Oh, there's this. Oh my god, I didn't even see it. It's not weird ass ammo, then I don't know what it is. It feels a little bit too high for me to jump up now. Oh, never mind. Ooh. Ow. Don't know what that is. But that kind of looks like a statue. Nice armor. Oh. Oh, that was simple. Didn't find any secrets. Which one is what? What? Possessed 18 hole? I didn't save. I didn't save. Oh no. Okay. Ow. There's a homing bullet. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I guess I'm playing Doom now. Ow. Enter Arcade. Oh. that was just what it is, okay. Interesting. Gotta find the main portal. What am I looking? Kobo mega fast. You're right. Enter the portal and search. Save my uncle and save Brazil. No, wait. Okay. 0 kills and everything. Wait, something was open here though. Do I have to slap you? Oh, there we go. Oh, it's just a door. I'm in the back rooms, how original. Oh shit. Oh no! No! Eh. Oh. I guess if I stay there, I'll be fine. I guess not. I thought I saw a hole somewhere. Maybe there are other doors? What do I do though? Probably? Nothing else in there? More hidden doors? Probably? What's with this though? What would I do here? Maybe if I don't kill it? The back rooms are original. For people to end up in back rooms, they have to no clip into somewhere, no? Is there a cheat they need to access? And do I need to go like no clip? you see it? I see that now. The platform appears at the last second. Okay. Let's disable cheat. Do I load back? No, we don't do that. I thought I have to no-clip into somewhere. Because backrooms, for people to stumble upon backrooms, they have to no-clip in real life, so that's what I figured. But I guess cheating is not the way. Golden ticket key. Armor? I'll take armor. Backrooms are more open, I guess. That's very scary actually. Got him. Imagine if Backroom is more accessible. I feel like that's actually really heckin' scary. Oh, is this why I no-clipped? Let's see. Yeah. I love cheating. the heck is going on? Are they bugged out? Okay, they're bugged out. Are they bugged out or are they... Oh, I can only kill them using explosives. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. He's just doing flips and shit. Rockets somewhere? Oh, okay. Oh my god. Shit, I used too much ammo. I mean, I can't see anything. Oh my god. Are you immune to explosions? You might be actually, okay. I got the key. What? I almost died. Ooh. Secret area Parabine? Okay. Oi. Oh wow. Ah. I still got hit. Game is getting really hard now. It's playing with lightings and shit now. Oh, I don't like that. Yeah. Am I a cheater? Maybe. I don't know if I'm supposed to jump down or something. Yeah, I didn't trust the light. It really is not giving me a lot of ammo to work with. Actually, no, I take that back. Okay, got more weird ass ammo. It's not weird ass ammo. What is weird ass ammo? Oh, not you again. You got him. Well, I guess that's everything. 6 secrets? This is a hard stage. Where's the key to open the car? Hi, Solar. Yeah, there was a lot of secrets. Oh my god, there's a huge battlefield. Oh! I forgot to save. Yeah, that was very Rojak. That was so Rojak actually. What is this game? I don't know, but it's so good. Hi Gayatan. Hi Gala. Yeah, it's trapped. You got him. Okay, Kanye's doing good. Vouchy. Welcome to Fever Dream. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Save some bullet, lose some health though. Yeah, I think that's everything. Let's save here. Learn Portuguese to help translate first. Yeah. Help translate. Mama. The sun is shining directly on my face now. Give me a second. There we go, wicked. Oh, I haven't seen this button in a while. I guess we go outside last. The con I'm going in a couple of weeks is for both Spanish and Portuguese people, so it's not Brazilian Portuguese. A lot of my peers will be able to understand it. Ooh. You can introduce you to them. Ooh, I want to look at pics if you do get them. It's like a Kobo holding a gun asking nicely. No, I'm joking, I'm joking. I guess it's time to go outside and do that. there we go. Circle strafe, easy. Despite the random tune, the tune is quite a bop, right? Like, they know what they're doing, it's so cool, and also kind of funny. Like, there are out there some games that's just like, it's pure randomness, and if they think, like, there are games out there they just put in absolute random things and hoping it's funny, but it's not. This is like not, this is not really pure randomness. They know what they're doing, right? Which is like so cool, honestly. Welcome back, Tikaka. How did it go? Human contact scary, I said so much. Yeah, I know that feeling, gosh. But good job for doing that though, heck yeah. Mama does. Tikaka amazing. Let's see. I haven't done the time for today, which would be great, but I have the cat's vet today, so I can't make it. But they also don't give appointments for anything but the same day, so I have to call tomorrow. At least they took it seriously, which is nice. Oh, yeah. They only took appointments for the same day. It's kind of weird. I gotta assume over there is like a very... Like a lot of people go there for the dentist. Quick save. Save rápido. Oh, are you telling me that I should have come here first? That's for the emergency appointments, which painful tooth? Oh, painful tooth is considered emergency? Ooh, I didn't know that. And the appointments for anything else go like months? Oh my god, what? You grab the keys and go to the Sambodromo. Here it is? That's amazing actually. Yeah, heck yeah. Alright, we have the key. Where's the key to open the car? Oh, is it not? They try to make Finnish healthcare worse so that you go to private doctor and pay more money. But at least the emergency services still go strong. Dang. It's always the money, right? It's so unfortunate how human greed is so sickening sometimes. Unfortunate. Is it not here? I can get up there. But luckily it seems like I'll be able to get that this tomorrow. That's a heckin' heck yeah. That's a very heck yeah. The heck? Cannot go there. I'm stuck. I don't know where to go. Oh, what? I'm actually dumb as fuck. There we go. Nice. Oh. Ooh. It's a little bit of bullet, I'll take it. Nice. I missed one? What do you mean I missed one though? Gonna get to the subway? Oh my god, the fuck? What is this music? Shut the fuck up. Okay, this is one of those meme music, I guess. Whoa. Yes, it's so perfect. I finally did it. That's perfect. Oh my god. Oh. This is the best music ever. I cannot understand anything. How is there more? Wow. Oh my god. Nice, got some armor. I imagine the music video of this song be like 160p blurry video of a dude rapping plus ear raping. Silver Key of Destiny. Reminds you of the random homemade rap video during the extremely rarely days of YouTube, right? It kinda does, it kinda does. I can see that. Have a good luck, Tikaka. Oh, my nose itch. No! Oh, here we go. I'm trying to get it as fast as possible. I'm going. Right down. We got the key, now we can go to the middle. Oh, there we go. Holy shit. One secret. My ears though, oh my god. Ooh. Oh shit.
Good Kobo. Good girl indeed.
Oh my god. Actually scared me a little bit. You know, this gave me a lot actually. Ooh. I didn't even see this explosive there. Oh, I need more bullet. Oh my god, I read all my movements. Oh. The red is scary. Who hit me? I can't even see anything. Nice. Double golden shotgun. I never realized how good a hit scan weapon is. Preciso da chef Tren. Oh my god, I ate that. So many close quarter combat here. Wait, they fight each other? I didn't even know they fight each other. Oh my god. Wait. I ate that. Legs, hi legs. I'm doing it. Yep. Oh, Lex is doing good. And hi, Swift. Hello, hello. Ooh. Let's go quick. I don't know what they're saying. Bullet? Nice, nice. Armor? Even more nice. Oh. I'm walking, getting bean juice and hitting up Frankie. Nice. I'll be a nice EP as well. Heck yeah. Nice. What's that sound? I mean, other than that absolute banger of a jam. Oh, not here. Preciso e promuseu do amanhã. Oh, I don't know what that. I don't know what that means. AP was good. Need more, but if I can get to work in 40 minutes, then I won't have to go back in later to make up hours. So I'm trying to do that. Oh, okay, okay. No, at least I'm glad EP was good. Okay, that wasn't too bad. It's definitely relatively smaller than the one that I had to fight. EPS should be super heavy lately. Current thought is it's partly because of new medication. Aww. Don't think it's anywhere but Brazil. Really? Is it as accurate as they say? So I'm jumping down. got him. I wanna hug Lex too. If I can be there and make the EP better, I would. It's an arena and a half. Yep. They're coming in. If only I can land my shots properly. Well, that wasn't too bad. I think I lost some health there. Ow. There's so many of these face. Enough to slip a hit. Double quick save. What? Oh, is it because I already have a key? This scared me a little bit. I kinda low-key wish there's a flashlight button. Flashbang? Oh, oh, flashbang. Cool. Nice. I'm already getting lost. We'll give both you a big hug if I ever get to meet you. Me too. Secret area, Paraban. Oh my god, armor. Oh. Wait, this one brings me back here? This is when I first started, no? This music is such a banger though. Try. Uh-oh. We somehow survived that. Oh my god. Ow. Oh, they move. Well, shoot. Only one more to go? Ooh, okay. Secret area Parabene? Opens for the other side. Hello. Align the portal. Align portal first. Hee hee. Where do you go? Hee hee. Where do I go? I don't know if I want to save here. Okay. Oh, wait, this is... weird. Oh. Wow. Mistress, oh my god. Welcome. Ivy. Hello. Hi, Brentog. Oh my god, dragon. Many dragon. Oh, thank you, Evie. Welcome, Raiders. I don't have my hand tracking on though. Maybe I can. I feel like this game is not that intensive. Here. No, Kobo. Gosh, I love being called small. Hello, welcome. Hope you are doing good. Until I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Wait, actually this is out of nowhere, but I wanna, you know what? I want to show art for a little bit. I wonder if I can open up the set brush right now. I could try. I've been working on a dragon. I'm gonna open up the set brush. If my PC crashes, then it's probably gonna crash though. Here, let me take off my hand tracking. Let me show off a bit. Yeah, I made some progress last night, and I was kind of happy about it, honestly. Well, if Mistress needs any post-stream care, get some rest, get some food, get some drink, definitely go do them. It's very important. I kind of want to show this for a little bit, what I did last night. I did a little stream last night because I wanted to do some nighttime's time. So, alright, please don't crash. I'm begging. Okay, it didn't crash. T. Okay. Oh wait, I need to like enable everything. Oh, it's suddenly so quiet. Oh my god. Because the the Brazilian game is pretty loud and the music is pretty the music is pretty banger, I would say. This is the Z sphere. No, we don't do that. These are the raindrops from this one here. The first one is just like where I just duplicate them. I'm making Zeus, by the way. I mean, it's supposed to be a last year thing, but I haven't been doing art for a long time, and last night I started doing wings, and this is what I got so far. There's so many things I need to still like take care of. But it's the first time me doing a wings like this. I definitely need to make them better here. Looks too like cutesy, but Zeus is kind of cutesy, so maybe that's why. So yeah, last night I've been working on this. Last time I've been working on the front toes because I messed up. Now it's like kind of there, still a little bit slanted, but I think that's fine. Next time if I want to do this, I will need to fix the hind legs. Something like that. I'm kind of proud about it too, because last night I made the wings. I had no idea how to do wings like this since it's the first time, and then I did it somehow. Somehow I did it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah, there we go. I showed off. Dog? Yeah, the very cool dog. Alright, let's play this. Thanks for raiding again. I'm playing whatever that title is. It's super duper long. I couldn't remember. Hi Fluffy. Alright, so I was lost. I'm not too sure where to go. I jumped down. There's a key that I cannot grab. There's nothing here other than a flashbang. Maybe I have to go up again. I did go up, but maybe I'm just missing something. Oh, this place, I hate it. Okay, and then we found the secret here. Oh, right, they move when they shoot. Okay, I'm just gonna run. Fuck it. Fuck it. If I jump down, I don't know how to get back up. Like, I need to go that way, that way. But I cannot really just like jump up somewhere. And then this guy just be like, align portable first, hee hee. It's like, hee hee for what? Hi. Do I just jump down here? I mean, sure it feels like death, but I already jumped down here. This is one of the secret area, which I already went through or been into. I'm jumping. Fuck it. It just leads me back here. Oh my god, I'm actually stupid. No. I mean, I cannot jump that high up. What do I do? Eh. Why does it sound like there's something there? I don't think there's any like secret area that I can go. Yeah, it just completely blocked off. Wait, what do I do? Wait. Mouse to wish jump as well. Oh. I mean, I have one extra key that I'm missing somewhere. Maybe there's some place I can go, question mark? Not here. Ow. Yeah, this is a whole lot of nothing. Okay, I'm actually stupid as fuck. How would I know though? Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. Oh hey, this cursed game? Oh, you know about this game? I started playing it just now. Or, yeah. Flashbang? Oh my god, actually very bright. Not the flashbang. Nice, there we go. Hope Nina is doing good. Welcome. Sequence complete, nice, cool. So, boss fight maybe? Attack finish, object error and door fire. What? Uh-oh. I've been kicked. Okay. No. Hopefully that's just the... Still don't have to open up that one. Okay. The music is such a banger. Many banger. I'm good, hope you are too. I'm feeling better now, definitely. My cat's nearly full grown, still silly though. Oh. Got the Help me out, bro. Press the flash symbols. What? I haven't saved. Okay. Apparently I have invisibility. Oh my god, the music. I can let a shot. Holy shit, the music. Absolute banger. I guess it said something about pressing a flash symbol. This one? Press the three flash symbols, the one on the right, the one on the left, and the one in the middle to damage Flaska Demon. Do it 3 times to kill him. Okay. I'm just getting a bunch of... The one where? It's sneaked. Look at my rocket launcher. Oh, I'm on the slapping streak. Get slapped, the dum dum. I need bullet. I need bullet. I know bullet. I have invisibility. Might as well just slap him. I cannot find the other one. Otter hold hands while sleeping so they don't drift away from each other. Otters? Ooh, wait, that's actually heckin' adorable. I only found 2. One. Two. Where's the last one? Okay, maybe... I missed up. No, Kobo cannot find the third one. I thought it used to be all up there, but I guess not. Oh, crap. Oh, tree! I see it. Okay, okay. Let's press it again. Wow, why am I shooting Brazilian flags? I assume that's all tree button. Can I damage you now? I'm stuck. Smoky dragon is— oh my god, dragon! Hi, dragon. Still not the third one. Yeah, it is tree. Maybe I have to press it in sequence. I was hoping that I can join the VR chat poker today, but morning stuff. It's set. Oh wait, that's one. Ah, what am I doing? It's set Kobo noises. I learned how to play poker a little bit, and it's so fun. I mean, even though it's just looking at cards, but I kind of like it. And then now I can damage you, I hope. I have no other bullet. Ow! I have no idea if I'm doing it. Maybe I have to keep pressing 1, 2, 3? Because it says here 3 flower symbol, the one on the right, the one on the left, then the one on the middle to damage fast demon, do it 3 times to kill them. Oh, wait, okay, I'm stupid. Right. So 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3 again. Okay, okay. So it's pretty much just parkour. Right. Cute couple. I was like a make snake model. Thank you. The snake model I really like as well. It's a little bit unfortunate that I messed up the hand, so that the hand tracking is like very weird. I think I missed it. Like the hand tracking doesn't really work, but I usually use the snake model when I use the snake model when I do art. Do I have to do it fast? I don't know. Okay, that's 2. Oh. Oh, that's 3. Okay. Nice, easy. It's just parkour. Right, stay rapido. Probably some blend shape problem. No. It's like I'm not. When I first made the model, I made it in. I didn't make the hand at like the proper T-pose, so that's why everything is like messed up after. Thanks for saving me. Let's head back. Who are you? But okay, sure, I have a slipper. Let's do it, let's go. Oh, Salvo MPIAIA. Is it gonna constantly explode? Yeah, it's fixable. It's definitely fixable. It requires a lot of work. I need to remodel the entire hand and then essentially remodel the hand, so that I need to retexture and then also UV unwrap, and then I have to like put in the bones. That's what I think anyway. Uh-oh. You destroyed Voce Derotto? I destroyed. You destroyed Vask Demon. What's Vask Demon? Demonio Vasquino. It's worth it though? It is. I'm just like lazy. And then there's also like a few backlogs that I need to do as well. Maybe when I finish the backlog stuff, then hey. He possessed your team fans with a UR. For vengeance on you, they were innocent. Because he revived mid-when. Oh, is it my fault? The demon team lost to our team. Are you gonna put it on me? Another fight. Money wins again. Too real, come on, too real. The end. Money wins again. Oh my god, what's going on? It's not the end, you lied to me. Let's go. This is probably like that. This is probably the last battlefield. Last stage. Music is such a banger though. Holy shit, I'm stuck. I'm royally stuck. Okay, I'm not. Okay, we got full ammo. Oh my god, what the fuck? So it's just giving me everything now? Oh yeah, okay. Get him! I'm at the payphone trying to call. Get absolutely destroyed. GPO source code. You got gold key? Thanks for saving us, bro. Time to vibe. Let's go. It's time to vibe. The music is so good. What? Okay, you don't allow me to go back down, I guess. Do it again? Right, let's jump down. No? I got the key though. Oh, welcome back, 3. The game says the end already and then throw me into this stage. I love that. that was really good. Money wins again, the game says. Money always wins. Thanks for playing my game. Heck yeah, brother. Good shit. Good shit. Am I back on first stage now? Yeah, this is first stage again. The music is still so hype, holy shit. Secret area, Parabian. Parabain. There's demons everywhere. Shouldn't have tried to revive Meat Aya. Still don't know what Meat Aya is, but hey, we finished the game. Apparently there's this horde mode. Maybe I should check it out. Horde version 1. Oh no. There's crazy possessed fellas in Salgueria. Are these all like stages? No weapon? Oh shit, that was loud. Here we go, I guess. Oh my god, my ears! It loads the settings as well. Oh, it's a smooth anim. They disabled smooth anim. Oh. I hear red. Oh my god, red. I couldn't have a shot. I'm so bad. I'm actually so bad. Oh, nice. No. No. Right, fuck. Are you bud? No, this is like the jump, I guess. I'm dying. What? I didn't even see them. Hi, Juno Scout. Wing. Oh, the music is so hype. That didn't last long. He's still trying to chase me down here. Yeah. The movement is very weird. Oh, Juno is doing good. Ooh, this one's good. The best aimer? Oh my god. Wing. Oh my god. Oh. They hit scanners, man. We got armor. Oh, my PC's dying. This is making me kind of want to play Ultra Kill again. Wonder if there's like more updates to Ultra Kill. No, the lightning, I've got Demoninho. Wow, horde mode is really hard. Trying to be dancing cool, but with weird 90s fighting stuff. Although, I mean, it's boomer shooter. It do be boomer shooter. Oh my god, he just straight out quit the game entirely. That was unexpected. I thought it's just like quit to main menu or something. Just no, quits the game entirely. Well, I mean, I wanted to stop anyway because I have badminton tonight, so yeah. Also, hi Min. Welcome, Min. Wait, right. Let's look for a raid target. I'm surprised I can finish it in one short sitting. To be fair, the game is like less than 1 gigabyte, so that's very understandable. I just got here. Oh, I'm sorry. I have badminton tonight, so I have to end just a little bit earlier. Just a little bit earlier. Okay, there was a lot of intense moments, so let's listen to something slower, right? Slower. GG? Heck yeah, that was good. I love the game. The game was pretty fun. And Kobo liked it.
Thank you for stream, Kobo. Thank
Wait.
you for being a good girl. And
Wait.
thank you for getting pat pat. Pat 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 pat. Good girl heart decoration.
Heart decoration. Wait. Oh, it's Lucy. Lucy streaming, Johnny streaming. Oh, Lucy's playing Slay the Spire too. I'm glad you caught some of it. I'm glad you caught some of it too. And thankful stream. Thanks for being here. Thank you.
Growing heart beating heart heart decoration heart exclamation red heart heart.
Red heart heart. Heart exclamation. I kind of want to rate Johnny, but I also want to rate Lucy. No. I'm big. Oh, I'm Orb. Y'all getting sniffed. I'm sniffing y'all. And then you guys cannot even stop me from sniffing. Wait. Do you have dragons on your phone? I want dragon. Thank you, Nina. The one clip when I can't really close the camera. Yeah. The sniff. The sniff. The sniff. Can I rate Lucy? Can I rate Lucy the Bold? Can I rate Lucy Cobalt? I want to rate Lucy. And then next time I want to rate Johnny. I want to rate Cobalt. Corpus to peace to my beating heart. No, if beating heart is still, that's death. No, that bad. No. Fuck it, I'm rating Lucy. And then we can rate Johnny next time. Alright, this time I can plug. I have coffee. And coffee helps. Coffee, nice. Coffee, good. And bills and shit. Let me stop my heart real quick so I can hear you better. Wait. No, wait, don't stop heart. No. Heart needs to beat. And I also have a Discord channel. I announce my stream stuff over there. And then there's also Dragon Simping Corner because I like dragons a lot. I think that's pretty much it. Maybe I should use my Counter-Strike money to buy Slay the Spire 2, maybe. But that's a big maybe though. I don't know. I haven't even played Slay the Spire 1 to like far. But here, rate message. I know Lucy is also a kobold, but I want uppies still. Here, let me type in the rate. Oh, it's already 6? My god, I have badminton in less than 2 hours. Oh, I have to go eat something, but I can't eat too much. So, yeah, okay. I'm ready to raid. Tomorrow, I guess tomorrow we can continue. We can continue Project Silverfish, no? Hi, Sarah. And Kobo? And Kobold friend? Oh my god. Welcome. I'm raiding out though. Did I miss you? Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. It's the time zone. I blame the time zone. It's so weird too. Like, because when I stream for most of my audience, it's like either early in the morning or just straight up midnight. So, oh wait. It's okay. I think tomorrow I can stream a little bit longer. Today I have badminton after, so I have to stream just a little bit shorter than usual. A little bit though, right? But it's all good. Okay lah, I'm ready to rate lah. So before the raid though, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Cobalt loves you all, right? And here comes the raid to Lucy the Cobalt. Yeah. Raiding to Under the Purple Bowl. Very, very nice. I'll maybe catch you some tomorrow. Gonna hospital thing. So we'll see. Oh, checking eyes. Oh, okay. Take care, Dandiary. Thank you. Take care of yourself too, Sarah. Thanks for stopping by. Thing you're gonna do when you got diabetes? Yeah. I know that. Speaking of, I also need to check my eyes. Yeah, I should probably do that someday though. Oh. I'm gonna press the rate now button. So you matter too, your kid. No, y'all matter too. A lot. Like, thanks for being here. Couple loves y'all. Mwah. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye. Bye bye.